came in. Welcome. I greet you. I greet all of you connected. Thank you for connecting. Thank you so much on Zoom. Thank you for connecting. And on YouTube, if you are connected there, thank you for connecting. Welcome to this session. This is our book club section for the month of February. We are moving right along. We are tracking. We are doing good. Keeping our schedule. And let us keep the momentum. Let us keep on. Okay? All right. So we are in the book of Proverbs. We wanted to start the book club with the book of all books. That's the Bible. And what best book in the Bible to choose to start with than the book of Proverbs? It is a book of wisdom. It's the book of knowledge, wisdom, insight, counsel. And we start there. We started with chapter 1 to 5, and this is our second session. We're going to do chapter 10 to 20. So what I did is I actually tried to put them in section. I posted on the YouTube, I posted the reminder for the reading assignment. I don't know if anybody read chapter 10 to 20 of the book of Proverbs, but we're going to go over it to see how far we can get. Okay? So, with that said, I really want to hear about anyone connected about the book club. Have you ever taking part in the book club? Has the book club been understood? Has the assignment of the book club been understood? Do we understand what we are doing in the book club? Do we understand it? If not, send me a text message, a message in the chat so we can talk about it. If we understand, I hope that you've been doing your homework of reading. The next book we are going to read after the book of Proverbs is Be Joyful. Be Joyful by Joyce Meyer. So if you are in Maryland, I will ship this to you. But if you're not in Maryland, if you cannot find it where you are, I will also ship it to you if you are in the US. Otherwise, you can find it online. You can find it online, Amazon, thrift books, all kind of book sales and local sales, discount stores have it also. Okay, so be joyful. Why are we zooming into joy after the book of Proverbs? Joy is a very powerful tool against the kingdom of darkness. Joy is a very powerful tool against a tool and a weapon actually of warfare. Joy is a weapon of warfare. Joy is also a recompense. It's a price. Joy is a price, and the Lord, when he came to fulfill his assignment, the Bible declares that for the joy that was laid before him, he suffered. Okay, so he suffered to receive joy. Joy was laid before him. So the joy of fulfilling his assignment, the joy of winning the world, saving the world, rescuing the world from the hand of the kingdom of darkness. So joy is a very important virtue to have. Joy is also the fruit of the spirit. So it's part of the 9 fruit we're supposed to be developing when we are born again, spirit filled. So we are going to read the book of Joyful, Be Joyful by Joyce Meyer. Okay, so today let's zoom into it. Chapter 10 to 20. So I did from chapter 10 to 15, 14, and I actually kind of separated it in sections. Okay. So I saw equity and fairness. I also pull out of those chapters righteousness. I pull hard work. That's 3. I also pull wickedness, making it 4. I pull wisdom, making it 5. I pull what I call women's power, making it 6. I pull foolish or foolishness, and I pull the mouth or the tongue, then poverty. Okay. If we stop in those, we're going to look at a couple of verses. Chapter 10, the very first one, verse 6 says, and that's the book of Proverbs. Okay. We're looking at, hold on, let me see. I want to pull, I believe, the King James Version. If anybody has it, we are sharing. So please don't stay you're muted. Don't stay mic closed. Don't stay closed mic. But if you can open your mic and share or read a passage or a verse, that would be nice to share among us. That's for the folks that are on Zoom, not on YouTube, but on Zoom. If you are on YouTube, please like, share, and write a comment. You can say amen, you can say hallelujah, so we know that you are there. So anybody in Zoom who is able to pick a verse or two, please lift your hands so that you can open your mic. But let's look at this. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Okay. So who is able to righteousness or two, please lift your hands so that you can open your mic. We're looking at, but let's look at this. All right. So let's look at this. Let's look at this. We are looking at verse 2. It says, treasures of wickedness profit nothing, but righteousness delivereth from death. Treasures of wickedness, which means the riches of wickedness, profit nothing, but righteousness delivers from death. So even though they are shining, bling, bling, reward, profits in wickedness, it leads to death, because righteousness delivers from death. Okay? So, if we look at another verse in righteousness, let's look at chapter 11. Because what I did is I gathered from several chapters in categories. Okay? So, righteousness. When pride come, then come shame. But with the lowly is wisdom. Okay? All right, let me, okay, this is for wisdom. Now let's go to 4. Okay, that's 4. 4, 5 is for righteousness. Riches profit not in the day of wrath, but righteousness deliver from death. The righteousness of the perfect shall direct his way, but the wicked shall fall by his own wickedness. Okay? Now let's continue. The righteousness of the upright shall deliver them, but transgressors shall be taken in their own naughtiness. See, when I'm reading those, what is coming to me is the fact that for the most part, we think that we can get away with wickedness. We can get away with evil. And for the most part, what we do when people are not looking is where our true nature is. If you truly want to know somebody, make the person think nobody is watching the person. If I'm alone in a room, no one is watching me. That's my true nature that you're going to see. And that's what that we can judge. You see, we cannot judge when everybody is watching and it's glimpse and glams and and we will get accolade and applause. That doesn't count. What counts, what should count is when no one is watching. How do we behave when we are alone? That's where righteousness is put in the balance, in the weight, in the scale. And that's when my character can be assessed. My character can be, graded. If I'm at work, okay, and no one is watching, do I pick up a pen? Do I pick up something and put it in my bag? You see, so right, the righteous is delivered out of trouble, and the wicked cometh in his stead. You see, so the wicked come instead of the righteous in a place of trouble. The righteous always delivered from trouble. So whatever we do, if we do in righteousness and no one is looking, let us not be worried. You know why? Because there's always a law, a divine supernatural law that always makes right every wrong. So sometimes we are accused, wrongfully, and we try to defend ourselves, but it's not necessary sometimes because the wicked is always found out, and the righteous find deliverance from God. So if we look at verse 19, we are going over Proverbs chapter 11. Um, we are now verse 19 for righteousness, to talk about righteousness. So, as righteousness tendeth to life, so he that pursue evil pursue it to his
Hello
own
there,
death.
my name is Pastor
So
Jacob
righteousness
Obaro.
tendeth to life. So righteousness brings life. But the evil one, the wicked, pursue death without even knowing it is pursuing death. Okay, so let's look at chapter 15. All right,
Hello there, my name is Pastor
verse
Jacob
8.
Obaro.
The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to the Lord, but the prayer of the upright is his delight. Another verse says, the fervent prayer of the righteous availeth much. So, in a place of prayer, our upright standing is very important. What kind of prayers are we bringing to God? Are they righteous prayers? You see, I think it's Rev P that said that somebody came to her, a young lady came to her to ask for prayer of agreement that this man, that is a married man, should divorce his wife to marry her, because God told her this man is his man, this is her husband, and that he made a mistake by marrying his wife. What kind of prayer is this? That's a wicked prayer. How are we standing before the Lord with the petition we are bringing to the Lord? Are we standing uprightly? Okay. So let's look at another verse. We are now in chapter 15, verse 8. We read that. We go into chapter 12. And chapter 12 seems to be, okay. So let's look at that. Okay, so the section I'm looking at is the power of a woman. Okay, let's go. We have chapter 12 and chapter 14, I believe. Okay, so chapter 12, verse 4. If you're following, we are now in chapter 12, verse 4. So we finish with righteousness. We go into the woman's power. So what we are doing, this is a book club. In our book club, we are studying the book of, we are studying the Bible, the book of Proverbs, the book of wisdom, and we are taking chunks of it. We are not doing all 31 chapters. We did the first 5 chapters. Now we are doing chapter 10 to 15. So the way we are doing it is we are taking it by subject matter. So we go by wisdom, righteousness, foolishness, women power, poverty, the mouth, the tongue, and wisdom, and then we move by section like that. So when we do it by this category, we can pick a verse from chapter 10, from chapter 12, from chapter 13 to substantiate what we are talking about. So right now we are talking about women's power. Okay? Women power is in a grace. The Lord has made a woman to be different than a man. A woman has curves. So these are soft edges. Soft edges meaning gracious, grateful, graceful. Okay? Graceful. A woman is graceful. So she has grace in what she does. She has grace in her demeanor. Okay? And we're looking at verse 4, chapter 12, say, a virtuous woman is a crown to her husband, but she that maketh ashamed is a ripeness in his bone. So this verse, we can find it at the end when we're looking at the chapter of a virtuous woman, with chapter 31, I believe. But chapter 12 is giving us an introductory verse. And it says, a virtuous woman is a crown to her husband. So, a virtuous woman. The woman of Zion is a virtuous woman. The woman who's the daughter of Yaakov, who's the daughter of Israel, is a virtuous woman. So, what is a virtuous woman? That's when we get to chapter 31. We will understand what it means. That title that we have, that identity that the Bible has bestowed upon us. What that identity requires of us? What is added in that identity? What are the character looking after? So chapter 12, verse 4 is giving us a 31.
Good evening.
So, hello, welcome.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Hi, everybody.
So, yes, we are doing the study, the Bible, the Bible study of Proverbs 10 to 15. And what I actually did is I kind of compartmentalized it in section and title it, because when I read it, you have different verses that bleed across chapters, and they address each subject matter. So if you're looking at wisdom, you will find wisdom in chapter 10, a little bit in 12, a little bit in 14, and what have you. So that's how I did it, and I just put it in categories. So right now we are going over now the power of a woman. And we see that in chapter 12, verse 4 and 14, verse 1. So
Did you skip number 11? Chapter 11 is one of my best passages of the Bible,
I
of
did
the
not skip
Proverbs.
because we go back and forth.
Oh, okay, okay.
We are going
Yeah,
back and forth. But you
it's
know what
good.
I'm gonna do?
11 is one
I'm
of
gonna give
my,
you I'm gonna give you time to dig
yeah.
to take us back to 11.
No, it's okay. Let's go ahead.
Yes.
11 and 12,
So
yeah.
what we are doing actually, we are going across the chapters. We are not doing
Oh,
like
okay.
chapter 10 and chapter 11 because a lot of the theme are coming back from chapter to
Yeah.
chapter. So we are
Mm-hmm,
doing
mm-hmm.
theme by theme so that we cover them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in chapter 12, verse 1, verse 4 rather, we see a virtuous woman is a crown to her husband, but she that maketh it shame is a rottenness to his bone. So I was saying that we will go deeper with that once we reach chapter 31. Now
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
giving us chapter 14, verse 1 is also every wise woman buildeth her house, but the foolish plucketh it down with her own hand. Okay, so there are verses in the book of Proverbs that pertain specifically to the woman, and it pertains to her from her young age, not being married, to her being a mother. You see, so she grows from a young age to becoming a woman and then a wife and then a mother. And when, especially when we have daughters, it behooves us to study the proverb and pick those verses and categorize them and make them part of the growing process of a girl, so that these verses literally guide her in her mature stages. If when she's young, and then when she reach puberty, and then when she has a menstrual, age, she goes through that. She goes through growing, her body changing, all of that. Every step of the growth of a woman has the verse in the the book of Proverbs. So as mothers, we have to study those and pull them up. But once we reach 31, we will encounter them as we reach 31. We will really into, and then we're gonna move to, oh, we have chapter 15 too. Because it's talking about the mouth. Okay, so let's look at that. All right, verse 3: in the mouth of the foolish is a rod of pride, but the lips of the wise shall preserve them. One of the qualities that we are asked to have as a virtuous woman is our wisdom in our ability to talk, when to talk, how to talk, the intelligence to know who to talk to, and the way to talk to that person, how we address our children, how we address our fellow women, how we address our husbands, how we address our sons versus our daughters. It is in the wisdom of a mother, of a wife, of a woman to be able to navigate those. You see? So the mouth, more than men, we have to develop a wise mouth, not a foolish one. So let's look at verse 6. It addresses the mouth again. A scorner seeketh wisdom and findeth not, but knowledge is easy unto him that understand. Verse 23, chapter 14. Let's continue. A scorner is someone who has a, a quarrelsome mouth. Let's look at verse 23. In all labor there is
There is,
profit, but the talk of a lips tendeth only to penury. In all labor. You see, talk is not what makes you a profitable woman to your family. Yeah, yes, this, I will do this, I will do that. It's not in the I will do. What are you doing to your family? And the reason why I'm so glad we are going step by step, because this has an answer in chapter 31 when he tells us that she is not a slothful woman.
And she doesn't waste.
Yes, she wakes up early in the morning to attend to her family. She's not a woman of talk for nothing. She works. Her labor is profitable. Verse 23, in all labor there is profit. Her labor must be profitable, shall be profitable. She's of small talk, but great manifestation of labor, profit, increase, productivity.
And she doesn't waste.
Amen. So now we go to, let's look at chapter 15 for the talk and the, yes, chapter 15. Attach that to women. The mouth and women, I put them together. So we're looking at verse 1 to 3, actually, all of them. It's even talking about the eye. All of that is it goes along with the woman. It says, a soft answer turns away wrath, but grievous words stir up anger. We have to be women of soft answers. The tongue of the wise useth knowledge aright, but the mouth of fools poureth out foolishness. We are no foolish women who destroy our family with our own hands. We build them up with wisdom. Verse 3 said, the eyes of the Lord are in every place, beholding the evil and the good. So, like I said earlier, my true character demonstrate when no one is around, when I'm alone. You see? But if I'm in the knowledge that God is everywhere, that should be my guiding light to know that I cannot be one thing in front of people and another thing in front of, when they're not around. I have to be correct at all time, everywhere, whether in the private or in public. I have to act right because God is with me everywhere I go. I carry him. You see what I mean? Verse 4 says, a wholesome tongue is a tree of life, but perverseness therein is a breach in the spirit. A fool despises his father's instruction, but he that regardeth reproof is prudent. I am I really put those verses, though they sound, you know, non-gender specific, but I put those verses with the women because it's really important for us to develop wisdom and cast away foolishness and be women of perseverance, you know, holiness, uprightness, prudent. Amen. So now, after that, we talked about righteousness before you came in also. So
Okay.
yeah.
That has been my talk since this month. So but
Oh wow.
yeah.
So I can go. What I'm gonna do is once I finish with wickedness, we can go to chapter 11, and we can sit there a little bit. So wickedness. Let's look at wicked chapter 14, 11. We covered that, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go back. Chapter 14, 11. No, I don't think we covered that. Yeah. So, well, actually, we covered quite a few because when we talked about righteousness, wickedness always is a counterpart. So, verse 11 now of chapter 14 said, the house of the wicked shall be overthrown, but the tabernacle of the upright shall flourish. You see, so it behooves us to be righteous because our tabernacle, our tent,
Yeah.
will flourish. Our dwelling place, our home, our household will flourish. So, verse 11 now of chapter 14 said the house of a wicked. I want to touch on that a couple of more, and then we can go to chapter 11. Okay, let's look at hard work. Hard work. That's one thing that is one of women's fruit of the spirit.
Yes.
It's our fruit of the spirit, hard work. It's the 10 fruit of the spirit, because the way women work, like, it's a supernatural endowment that we receive from God. You cannot explain the way we work. Let's look at hard work. So 3 to 4, we have the Lord will not suffer the soul of the righteous to famish, but he casteth away the substance of the wicked. He becomes poor that dealeth with a slack hand, but
Mm-hmm.
the hand of the diligent make rich. Uh-huh. The hand of the diligent make rich. He that gathereth in summer is a wise son. I can say is a wise daughter. But he that
Yes.
sleep in harvest is a son that causes shame. Hard work. Hard work. Hard work. So let's go to let's go to chapter 11. Let's look at chapter 11. Okay. Now, this is equity and fairness. I'll put it under equity and fairness. Chapter 11, verse 1. A false balance is an abomination to the Lord, but a just weight is his delight. You see, where do we find balance that is not right? Where do we find weight that are unjust? It's not always that we have a store and we are putting merchandises in a balance. It's the way we judge things. It's the way we appreciate things. You see, you will find in a family, okay, one person has a child that is, let's say, a troublesome child. But that mother will not face her own child to correct. She will be talking bad about somebody else's child. That's that's not equity. That's not judging fairly. You see, you will have somebody who has daughters and wishing that somebody else's daughter not get married. To me, it's pure foolishness.
Mm-hmm.
You see, this is what we are talking about. And we can even expand that to government, especially in the continent of Africa. You see, you will have a corrupt leader, but because he is from your tribe, huh? And your family is eating some of that corruption, you will be
Yes, you will
you
sing
will
praises of
be
him.
talking so good about him. You will be campaigning for him. You will be, but when another person comes to power that is from another tribe that does even 1/3 of what your own family member did,
He will be
you
condemned.
cry wolf. They are corrupt government. This
Who is this?
that's unfairness. That's unfairness. You see, and you will have to be able to see it and call it as it is. We cannot close our eyes on things. One of the problems that I have, especially here, is the fact that when you are a black person, automatically they want you to be a Democrat. Automatically, they attribute you being a Democrat. and they're expecting you to be, militant in the Democrat, voting for Democrat, pushing the Democrat agenda. No, just pause. I am a person. Even if I look the way I look, I am a person. I have my values. I have my preferences. You see what I'm saying? So I evaluate what is going on according to the balance that I have. I will put the democratic agenda on the scale, and I will put the weight of my values on the same scale. If the weight of my values is higher, I am not voting for you. Are you seeing what I'm saying? So that's being fair, because we have to open our eyes at all time, devoid of partiality, prejudice, and biases, and be fair at all time. You see, if my values do not permit me to spouse your values, I'm not going to spouse your value. It doesn't matter if you come to power, you're going to cut me a deal. You see, I'm going to have free money. I'm going to have a contract under the table. I cannot do that. I have to stand for my values.
That is why Bible said a good name is better than
A
riches.
good name is better.
He
Exactly.
also went ahead and said, wealth gotten through vanity dwindles away.
Absolutely.
So these are
Absolutely.
still part of it.
Absolutely. But nowadays, unfortunately, that's not what we see.
That's what people don't even care about it. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody's after what they get at the moment.
Yes. Yes. So verse 3 continues. The integrity of the upright shall guide them. This is what we are talking about.
Mhm.
Chapter 11, verse 3. The integrity of the upright shall guide them, but the perverseness of a transgressor shall destroy them. So we have to have an integrity that is unwavering. It stands strong no matter what, no matter the season, no matter whatever is in front of us. This is my stand. These are my values. I defend them. I do not care. They are not corruptible. And I stand by them. So we continue with chapter 11. Now, Nonson, take a lead. Take the lead. I am done.
Yeah, so, yeah, so when it comes to the book of Proverbs, I mean, I just love the book of Proverbs because it's filled with
Oh, it is so
yeah,
sweet.
it's filled with wisdom. There's a lot. When you
Yes,
start from one, you can just read as if you're reading a novel or something because it's
that's
so
right.
vivid. It's one passage of the Bible that gives me joy because in it Bible talks about everything. That's why I actually like proverb. In
Yes.
proverb you will see righteousness, you will see wisdom, you will see
Yeah.
greatness, you will see failure, you will see pride. So it's one passage of the Bible that I really like. And so when it comes to that chapter 11, right, I love the part from 10, rejoicing with the righteous. So why I love this part is because I see it as something we have to put in when making relationships, when you're going into
Okay.
relationships. It could be not necessarily like marriage or something, just relationship you have with your fellow, girls, women, and all that. Because when
Yes.
you have a circle of friends, there are values you should expect. Like I said, when you want to have relationship, first of all, weigh your values and weigh the value of the person around you and see. Just like from verse 12. You see, he that is void of wisdom despiseth his neighbor, but a man of understanding holdeth his peace. So, and it is a talebearer revealeth secret, but he that is faithful of a faithful spirit considereth the matter. Now you see, you're making friends. and you're confiding in your friend, but you don't know the value of that friend. You have not tried that friend. So I say in every relationship, make sure you have them tried to be
Yes.
sure that you people are in the same level. Your visions are aligned, your
That's
values
true.
are aligned,
Yes.
your purpose are aligned. Because
Absolutely.
if they don't align, what you will be fetching water and you'll be pouring it into a basket. Just
That's
like you say,
right.
tell me how you relate to secrets. And you have this friend, and this friend is someone you go to in times of your troubles, in times of your challenges, whatever you're going through, some hard times or some good times, you share with that your friend. And all of a sudden, a little misunderstanding, everything you shared with your friend
Everything is gone.
is
Yeah.
on the
In
news.
the air.
So that is it. So when you are
Absolutely.
making friendship, it is very important that you study the book of Proverbs.
That's right.
If you want to go into a relationship, study the book of Proverbs because there is a lot to learn there. So when there is no counsel, the people
That's
fall.
true. Yes.
But
Absolutely.
that can counsel you when you have a situation.
Everything is
Do you
gone.
have friends that will
Yeah.
tell you to
In the
your
air.
face that what you're doing is wrong? If you
Yes,
don't
right.
have a friend that can reprove you, please, you have no.
Can truly tell you, can truly call you out when you're wrong.
Yes. If your friend always supports your situation, support anything you do, you don't have a friend in that
You don't
person.
have a friend
Truth.
because that friend can support you straight to jail.
Exactly. So if you have a friend that everything you do is very okay, I am that friend that I will say anything. I don't care. And when I say to you, I'll tell you when you see the one I do that is wrong, tell me. Because if you don't tell me and I find out from someone who is not close to me, and I will let you go. Because someone who is not close to me is not supposed to see that part of me. You should have corrected me before it goes out.
That's right.
Right? So that is
That's
how I
right.
see things. I have a lot of friends that after some time I started letting go. Now people say, oh, you're proud. No, I'm not proud. Because what? I have tried you. My vision is not aligning with yours. My purpose is not aligning with yours. So what am I doing with you? Bible say when you have tried them and you find foolishness in them, Bible say depart.
Depart.
Excuse me.
Don't stay.
Say, do not care what they will say. If you try them, see, be open to make friends, but be very, very spiritually conscious to pick out the values in them.
That's right.
Like I said, I had a time I was asking God, please give me clarity. Take away fake friends from around me.
That's a powerful prayer that you should teach
I said,
your
God, take away
child to start
friends.
praying young.
Yes. I
Yes.
said, take away unfriendly friends.
Mhm.
Friendly enemies from around me because I may not know them, but you know them. And the Lord told me, seek my face for 2 days. I will reveal to you. There are people around you, you think they are with you, but they are not.
Yeah, no.
After the prayer, on the second day, the last day of the prayer, one of them busted out. I was so hurt. I was bitter because if I was told by a prophet, I would curse the prophet. Do you understand? If a prophet told me that you see this person, you think this person is your friend, trust me, this person, I'm telling you. That is to tell you how I take that person, how much love I've shown her. I pray to her, I pray with her when there are situations and other. But just a little something tiny happened and she busted. Do you, and, you know, I was not shocked because God told me beforehand that see my face.
Yes,
I was
yes.
having mixed feelings in between being shocked, being real. Is it true? Or maybe this is not the person God is trying to tell me, that kind of thing. But then I was hot. God said, but you asked.
Yeah.
But you
You
asked.
asked, and I
It
showed you
was
the
one of the
person.
videos, one of the videos that yesterday or today. I was like, but you asked. So when you ask God for something, please be alert. Because what you ask God, the answer might be the most painful thing you will ever receive. That pained me. And I sat down, I said, God, why? Why this person? Look, when you're asking God for something, it might be what you do not want to let go.
That's right.
But remember, because He is a Father that answers when you ask, He will answer. So He answered. So it didn't really hurt. It hurt me, but it didn't get to a point where you're supposed to get to because I was pre-informed. A talebearer, something I did not expect. All of a sudden, one, two, three people are asking me about it. How did they know? Because something happened and she told everybody about it. You see how it came out? I was like, God, thank you. So most times when you want to, go deep into a relationship, please try the person. And while you're trying the person, ask God for discernment. And this is where this book of Proverbs will give you everything you need to know if that person is true or
Hello,
not.
Kerry Joe.
This book of Proverbs is
If you have something to say, please lift your hand. This is our
you
book
know,
club
and
session, and we are discussing the book of Proverbs, talking about the wisdom in right now we are in chapter 11.
okay. So, and again, in this passage, this 11, another passage of the Bible that I love so much, I think I've talked about it, is the 24 to 25.
Upstairs,
You know,
downstairs.
yeah, verse 24 and 25. So when I was talking about giving, how, most people don't understand giving. People think it's because you have.
Talking about the wisdom
No.
in right now we are in chapter 11. Hello, Kerry Joe.
So, and again, a book of Proverbs is
If you have something to say, please lift your
the
hand.
above chapter. Everybody will adopt this.
Session, and
This
we
is the
discuss we
scriptural,
are discussing the book of Proverbs,
how would I say, scriptural
talking about the
instruction
wisdom.
about making
Right now we are in chapter 11.
wealth. There is that
And yet
that scattereth and
increase.
yet increaseth. And there is that withholdeth more than is meat, but tendeth to poverty. A liberal soul shall be made fat. Look, this passage of the Bible made me, when I was in my teenage age, it was part of the Bible passages that, through it, your ways will be opened. Because look
If
at,
you allow IV version, one person gives freely,
okay,
yet gains
mm-hmm.
even more.
Uh-huh.
Another withhold poverty. You see,
Uh-huh.
there is one key
You want
word.
a ball?
Then the 25 said, verse 25 says, a generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed.
Period. NIV made it even simpler. Very, very understandable.
The AI worker.
NIV brought it to the layman's
I'm not watching.
understanding. NIV brought it to the layman's understanding.
Yes. We have someone who wants to
I
say
think
something. Okay, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Like what? I always give this example. So now let's make it how do I put it, practical. Let's make it practical so that we understand it well. So imagine you
Yes.
have tilled your soil, your field, and you want to plant. And you go with your hand full of seeds and you pour it in the air. You don't know where it falls, right?
Yes.
The only thing you know is when it starts growing, when it starts germinating. Let's assume
That's right.
you poured like 100 seeds. You don't know which one is good. I don't know which one is bad, right? But then, out of the 150 germinated, that's increase. Because what? one of
That's right.
them is going to bear fruits, not one seed. Now there
Exactly.
is somebody who is
Exactly.
told you have just one seed, and you go and plant it, just that one seed, you put it in the soil. What if it does not germinate? What happens? You are left with nothing. That is the practical
You
and
have nothing. If it's a bad seed, you are
that is just the
without harvest.
practicality of this passage of the book.
That's right.
So you see, giving doesn't mean that you have too much. Giving actually means I want more.
I want more.
When you give, you're sending.
This is powerful. Giving is does not mean, repeat that. Giving does not mean, let me write it down,
I
because
have
this is what we do here.
giving means I
We catch wisdom.
giving does not mean I have too much or I have enough. Giving means I have more. Or I want more rather. Giving means I want more. I remember when I got married to my husband, right? Because in fact, my act of giving, right, was so crazy. In fact, at one point, my parents were complaining. I could give my last and I will suffer. But then I don't see it as suffering because what? I understood this passage. I understood that a liberal soul shall be made fat. So I could give my last because I know that God will not leave me. When I got married, any small thing, my husband like, what of this as I gave it out? My husband told me one day, I will not be surprised when I will come back here and tell you gave one of your children to somebody who doesn't have a child.
That's a good one.
I'm telling you, this is how bad it was.
About you to this point.
Yes, my husband said, I will not be surprised one day I
I
will
would
come
not
in.
be surprised if you give your child to someone that doesn't have,
Someone does not have a child to be managed. Maybe when they
just
have
to
a
dash it.
and it was funny, but he made his point.
Yeah.
My mom, even up to date, my mom will tell me, I go around and people will tell me, oh, thank your daughter and also for me. She keeps hearing, thank your daughter. Oh, she helped me. She gave me this. But these are the things I wasn't telling her. But she is actually also reaping from what I sow. That's what we
Exactly.
about sowing seeds. That's what
Exactly.
we talking about giving. Giving is the dividend of giving goes around you.
Amen.
It
Amen.
goes around. It's not just you. You may
That's
not
right.
even be the one to
That's
reap.
right. And
You may,
sometimes it's cross-generational.
yes, you may not
A
even be the
good
one to
that you see you doing today, you might not even
yes.
reap it yourself, but it's your grandchild.
You might not reap it yourself.
It's your
That
grandchild
was
who
2
will
years
reap
ago.
it.
My parents were traveling at the airport. Their flight was delayed. So they got hungry. They wanted to buy food. They told them the price of the food in the airport. You know how it was? It was expensive. Oh, my mother said, "Oh, how can I buy use money that I can use to cook to buy just a plate of food?" So she came. So she told my father that no, they will manage until whenever the plate comes. And they sat down. And all of a sudden, somebody just passed. Went to the maybe the person overheard them, or I don't know. But somebody went to the place they went and asked for the food, paid and walked out and told the seller to give them food. So the person now called, Mama, come. My mom came, said someone paid for your food. Who is the person? I don't know. The person paid and left. Do you know the only thing my mom did?
Look
My
at that.
mom picked up the phone, called me, and said, people are giving me just the way you give. And before that happened, my sister, when she now called my sister said, no, look at what Nonso, your daughter, did. She came from America to Lagos, and when I was going to pick my sister, I was waiting for my sister. Police caught her on the way. So she said, she was parking in the wrong place. So on reaching to where she was, when she told me to take Uber, I got there, I saw a man crying. I was asking what happened. He said his car was towed, and this is the amount of money they're asking of him, but he doesn't have it. I said, is that all? Is that why you're crying? And I paid. He was like, hey, auntie, give me your number. I said, it doesn't matter. I gave them money and I have them release him. Now you see, I just did that few months before this happened. Now you see it.
Yes,
Sow the seed, they reaped it.
that's right. There's this man of God who had a medical condition, a serious medical condition. He fell sick and he had to be rushed on an emergency to a theater. And I think it was a heart attack, something major like that. Okay. On his way, when they were pushing him on his stretcher, you know, to take him to the theater. He remembered. He said, God, remember, you owe me, you owe me, you owe me. That day, when I gave that $500, I told you it's for any, if I have any emergency, a health emergency, you need to rescue me. Remember, you need to keep your end of bargain. I'm not going to be operated on. I am healthy. I am good. Get me out of here. When they got him into the theater, they said they're going to do one more check. They put the thing, he said, no, he has nothing. They don't need to operate him. He got up, he went home. So he was giving sometimes just to put, like, putting money in a savings account with his God. This one I'm giving, it's not my tithe, it's not my offering. It's so that you remember that my child is in school. He needs to graduate from that school. I don't want any accident.
Emergency money out. Your giving is just like saving your emergency money for the time of emergency.
Emergency money, yes.
That is what giving is.
Yeah, my
Bible made it clear.
I have a testimony. My cleaning lady at work. 20 years I spent with that cleaning lady, and unfortunately, we did not retire. She passed away. So a new one came. When the new one came, I have not gotten close to her like I was with the one who passed away. But I felt it in my heart to bless her for the holidays. So because we work from home, I don't go there often. And the holiday pass and everything, I went that day. I had two $100 bill on me, and I meant to give her $100. So I saw her and I said, "Oh, how are you?" and everything. I said, "You know what? This is for you." She took the money. She started crying. I said, "Why are you crying?" She said, "You don't know what you just did to me." She said she's been living with a man for 30 years. I'm not saying 3 years old, 30 years. I met her on Tuesday. Is that Thursday the man decided to marry her? And she said she found a dress, but that's all she could afford, a dress. And she didn't have anything else. And she said, because I gave her that money, she can do her nail and her hair. When she said, I jumped up, I looked at her, I said, "What?" I took the other 100. I said, "Here, now this is my wedding gift to you." She was shaking when she saw the second $100 falling in her hand. And when I put that, I told the Lord, I said, "This is for my son to get married." This is the seed of my son waiting. I want to see my son enter marriage. That's what I see. That's the seed that I gave to her. But I'm just telling you, when we give, we are throwing our bread. We are scattering our bread over the waters.
Yes.
You see?
And it
So
surely comes back.
I'm just adding to your testimony about giving when we reach that verse. That's what verse 25, right?
Yes,
24
yes.
to 25. Okay,
24
let's
to
move
25
on.
is
Let's
a very,
continue.
very, and again, this book is also talking about righteousness. I mean, we've been in the month of righteousness for me in
Mhm.
my church, and I've not ceased, talking about righteousness. Um, Godliness is everything. The truth is, in our modern day world, godliness and righteousness is not being emphasized on.
Mhm.
Churches no longer teach
That's true.
righteousness enough. We are about miracles, about signs, about wonders,
Mhm.
about those are the things, healings. But the truth of the matter is, the foundation of it all is sanctification. And again, this book is also talking about the map, as in the whole, in fact, the whole summary. If I'm asked to summarize this Bible from Genesis to Revelation, it is godliness, which is fear the Lord and keep his commandments. And what is fearing the Lord? Staying in
Amen.
church of saying completely. I can't stop emphasizing on sanctification. We have lost it. It is only in
Yes, we have. Because of
sanctification that,
the misunderstanding of grace.
yeah, it is only in sanctification that we get every other thing. Only we have, God has given us inheritance, but until we are satisfied, sanctified, and righteous, we will be running around the inheritance without enjoying it. You will see it. It will be like a mirage. You're seeing your inheritance, but you can't touch it. That is why, if you see even in this 11, it says, the fruit of the righteous is tree of life. The
Amen.
fruit of the righteous is true. It said,
The
behold, that's
tree
what,
of life.
behold, the righteous shall be recompensed on earth. When you are righteous, righteousness is not just, looking to make heaven. When you're righteous, when you're sanctified, you will enjoy the dividend on earth. He said, the
Amen.
right,
Yes,
behold, righteous shall be recompensed in the earth. So you
that's
will
right.
enjoy earth first before even going to heaven. That is when Matthew chapter 6 comes to play. I was saying, everybody, we all know Matthew 6:33. Yes, Matthew 6:33. But then, how about 6:33 says, seek ye first the kingdom of God and all its righteousness. Okay? And all its righteousness. So the truth is, once you are righteous, everything that bothers you, everything that is your area of concern, God will give it to you.
Mhm.
So all He
Amen.
needs from us is to be godly. That's what the only thing God needs from us is to live a godly life, and He will pilot every other
A
affair.
godly life.
Godly life is very important. We are missing, especially in this generation. This young generation do not know what it means to be godly. That is why you will see somebody naked on the internet quoting the Bible.
That's right. That's
That
right.
person know what godly is. This morning, I was driving back, and there was something God put in my head, and I couldn't wait. I had to say it in the car. I heard Christian and godly Christian. They are two different things. There are Christians and there are godly Christians. Not all Christians are
Right.
godly.
That's
Not all
right.
Christians. There are Christians in the Bible that Jesus called them lukewarm Christians. Oh, ye of faithless generation. Because what? A generation filled with unbelief. You don't even believe in me. But yet you call yourselves Christians. God said, I heard it clearly. He said, Christians and godly Christians are not the same. If you catch a thief today and ask him what's your religion, he will say Christian. I'm a Christian. But how can a Christian do an unlawful thing? What manner of
That's right.
Christian does an unruly thing? No. That type of Christianity is titled Christianity. You're a Christian by title. Are you godly? Is your heart right with God? Because if you're godly, godliness means staying away from sin. You have to purge yourself of all these things. Wrath, envy, jealousy, covetousness, hatred.
Yeah. La chivis. Yeah.
Bible said, let him that steal no more. Let him labor that he may have good success and even give to people.
That's right.
Godliness. Godliness. I wish we can stress more on godliness and righteousness. Our younger generation do not know what godliness is.
It's a
They,
puppet. I think the problem is the puppet. Because
that is
we
what
are
I'm
supposed to
saying.
teach our young generation. It's a
They are
puppet.
not teaching.
We have misunderstood the gospel of grace. We
Yes,
misunderstood the gospel of
that
grace.
is it.
We
Now you go
misunderstood what he came to
talking
do.
about
So
that is just it. Now what they are talking about is we're talking about healing. That is why people are deceived. People are deceived because they do not know what it means to be godly. When you're when you're not godly, you will be easily deceived. That is why Bible says, when they come to you with a doctrine that is not what I have preached. This is what
Not
Jesus said
of
to the
them. That's
disciples.
right.
When they come
That's
to
right.
you with this doctrine that is not the doctrine you
Doctrines
know,
of demons.
please leave.
That's right.
But now, how will you know the doctrine that is not the doctrine? Because what? You're not studying the Bible. You
If
don't
you
know
don't
it.
know exactly, if you don't know it, you cannot compare to say
Exactly.
this one is lying.
Exactly. So why?
You have to know the
Because
right one so you can know the fake one.
why so many of us are falling victims to fake prophecy, falling victims in
Exactly.
the hands of fake ministers, fake pastors, because you don't even know what they are feeding you. Renewing your
That's
mind,
right.
renewing your mind. Second Timothy is another place. The book of Timothy, from First Timothy, Second Timothy, talked about the newness. Talked about so much about righteousness and the newness, renewing and transformation of your mind. I just wish we can, as much as possible, spread the gospel of sanctification and
Yeah.
godliness. When we do that, the more you live a godly life, the more you see that you're not stressing anymore. When you live a godly life, those things we are stressing about, God will just keep bringing them. God just keeps bringing them effortlessly. So you see that Proverb 11 said so much about it.
Yeah.
Said so much about it. So I just had to point out the other one. But
So chapter 11, because we are going to, thank you so much for blessing us. Um, there's one verse that I want us to pick up. Okay, verse 14, 13. Let's look at 13 and then we go to 14 because there are 2 points I would like for us to look into. So chapter 11, Proverbs chapter 11, verse 13. A gossip betrays a confidence, but a trustworthy man keeps a secret. One of
exactly.
the problems that we have as women is about gossiping and not being able to keep a secret. But remember that when we were in chapter 12 was already telling us about the virtuous women. Let me make sure. Was that 12 or 14? Virtuous woman. You see, our title, our crown is the crown of a virtuous woman. So gossip should not be found in our mix.
Mm-hmm.
Being quick to offer information as a gift to others should not be, our portion. We have to develop, if we don't have it yet, or to perfect if we have it, the gift of secret keeping, information keeping, being able to close the lid on information we receive. It has to be that if something that was told to you that comes out, the person who told you find out it's not you who said it.
Exactly.
It has to be that. Because when you take a lifetime to build trust, it takes 1 second to lose that trust. And it would take you 3 lifetimes to rebuild it with that person. When you lose trust, it's more difficult to rebuild it than to build it from,
Scratch.
all actions from the get-go. So it's important for us as women as we dwell among ourselves because there is a sorority. I want to use that word very loosely because there is one session I would like to do about fraternity, sorority on campuses, and on schools, when we are releasing our children to go to those places, we have to be aware of these things before we are surprised. And when we have the information, we have to sit our children down, the one that are in elementary school, middle school, high school, to let them know, look, so this is what it means to be in a sorority. This is what it means to be in a fraternity, so that they're equipped. But this is not what we want to talk about. What we are talking about here is a body of sister, a sisterhood of women that understand that when God made us, he made us so supernaturally unique as a spiritual people, as a spiritual vessel to carry his life. See, he is the only one who's a life giver. God, the creator, is the life giver. He's the only one who's the life giver. The enemy does not give life. You see, he's the only one who's a life giver. And in that life giving ability, he looked at me, he looked at you, and he found us worthy to share that power. And he entrusted us to be the ambassador of that ability, of that supernatural power on earth. He stopped creating and he said, I need someone to continue being the creator, the one bringing forth life. And he chose us. That is a huge responsibility. And because of that, we have to pay attention to what we do, with whom we do it, what we say, where we go, and everything that we manifest, who we surround ourselves with. Is very important. It's important because our very spiritual health depends on it. Our physical health depends on it. Because a gossip can kill another person's soul, can break their hearts. You see, we see even in school, there are young children that suffer bullying. Where does bullying start? It starts with gossiping. One person say something bad or a mocking comment about one student, and everybody start to mock that child, I'm sorry. That's gossiping. And we have seen many children unaliving themselves because of being bullied at school. So gossip is very important for us to get a hold of and to destroy it from our life, from our families, and our environment. We need to build trust and keep the trust, because trust, when we are trustworthy, is good for ourselves. It's also good for our self-esteem to be trustworthy. Because if somebody cannot trust you, if somebody cannot trust you with an information, that's not good for the self-esteem. It's not good for your reputation. Now, the next verse I want to look at is verse 14. For lack of guidance, a nation falls, but many advisors make victory sure. For lack of guidance, a nation falls. So it's important for a nation to have guidance, but good guidance, good counsel. All of us here connected come from a place and live in a place. Some of us are in the place where we come from. But wheresoever we find ourselves, the nation we are in is the environment of our prosperity or of our stagnation, of our health or our demise. There are nations whose government policies have created hardship on the people because they don't have guidance. This is why this generation, we are all called to stand with a mandate of the end time. We have to think ourselves as counselors. has, how do you call that? In a place of decision making, in a place of influence, in a place of a place where our voice counts, where we can reach a Senate office and speak. Let us not always think that we have to sit in the back and watch politics being made, watch things being done, decision being, taken either for our advantage or disadvantage, but it does not involve us. We are Christian, so we don't do politics. Whosoever thinks that Christians are not supposed to be doing politics is an error. It's an error. We're supposed to be involved in every area of society. That's why he said, let your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Let your kingdom come. As we are living on this earth, we have to make sure that the heaven's mandate is manifested on this earth. So we have to open our eyes to be part of that guidance that the nation will need. Let us give our guidance. How do we give our guidance? Even in the voting poll, when we choose a person that is the will of God, it's a guidance. When we vote for a law that is according to the Bible's principles, it's a guidance. You see, we don't need to be a minister or a nominee person in some government. That would be great. But wheresoever we are called to exercise our civil right in the poll, in voting, in doing a survey, in choosing an elected official, in being involved in some one thing or the other, we have to participate because heaven depends on us on earth to manifest. The angels are illegal on earth. They cannot be going in and out. No, they have to depend on us. We are the ones sending them on errand. So we have to be involved. We have to be involved now more than ever. In anywhere you find yourself on this green earth, be involved. Be involved. Make sure that the will of the Father, the agenda of the heavens, of the kingdom of God is manifested on earth. Go for the policies, go for the programs, go for the voting, go for the time to say, oh, my vote doesn't count anyway, let me not vote. No, 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 no. The fact that you stood up, even in those corrupt places where they come and carry your voting ballot, whatever, and go and trash it or whatever, heaven has seen you, and justice will be rendered for the kingdom of God. So let us be involved. These are the two verses in chapter 11 I wanted to talk about. Okay, so I think that this section of 10 to 20 has been captivated by the early chapters, especially chapter 11. So I don't know anybody connected has a specific section that they read or they want us to go over. I want us to go in chapter 19, and I want us to look at verse 18. But we can start. We already covered. That's what I don't want to talk about that. We already covered about giving to the poor, giving and all of that. There's one verse I would like for us to discuss. It's verse 18. Discipline your son, for in that there is hope. Do not be a willing party to his death. So what does that mean? Not disciplining the child is participating to the child's death. I want to talk about that because there's a video that I just saw. Actually, I was watching the video before I started the program tonight. It gave me chill in my spine. A 19-year-old boy who is the firstborn of two sons was found. He actually, the way it played out is that he called his parent, he called his father and told his father that his car fell into the river and he didn't know how to, he's stuck in the river. So they called the police to come and help him. The tow truck came, the police came, and they rescued him and all of that. Eventually, they got the car out. But when they were pulling the car out of the river, there were blood that was coming from the trunk. There was a red liquid because in a river, the water entered the river. I mean, the water entered the car. The water entered the car and soaked the car. So the car was full of water. Okay. So what happened is that when they were pulling out the car out of the water, okay, they saw a red liquid from the trunk. So the police, when the police came, they were all coming to rescue, a boy that got stranded and everything. And the conversation was so cordial. Oh, yes, this is my 19-year-old boy. The mom was saying that we did not want him to get a license until he was 18 because we wanted to make sure he was a little bit mature so that he does not get in trouble and all of that. And it sounded so holy and beautiful and peaceful until they start noticing that there is something red coming out of the trunk of the car. So the police said, call your son to make sure he did not get hurt because there's something coming there. Maybe it was cut or something. And he said that, oh, I don't notice anything on me, but maybe something, maybe I got a little cut or something. Lo and behold, to cut the story short, that boy
Kill
that
somebody.
day decided from his mouth. He said he just wanted to feel, he just wanted to feel, to know how it felt to kill somebody in the most adamant way, in the most matter-of-factly way. No shaking, no remorse, no being shocked, nothing. And he stood with his two hands like that. No, I just wanted to know how it felt like to kill somebody. So I took the knife and I went, and he was sleeping under the bridge. So that's what I did. I'm listening to I'm listening to the, and he was like this talking to the, like that they asked him if he went to school that day.
Like nothing happened. Like it's just,
And the mother said, oh no, he's my 19-year, he's 19. Then talking to the police like, and she's talking to them as a loving mother of a child, of a good son. Okay, and the whole police was wrapped around her fingers in love with her son. Oh, and they were giggling about the car and this. Oh, yeah, next time be careful. Yeah, he just got his license. That's the man. He just got his license a year ago. So I'm sure he's still learning. The poor thing. He got the car. We will take care of. I mean, she was on and on and on. You know what happened? Hmm. That red liquid caught the attention of the police. The mother was able to convince the police that, okay, she will check and find out what is, what happened to him and all of that. The father also convinced the police that, okay, he's going to take care of the car, he's going to make sure that, he vacuums the car and all of that. They did not know that the car became an evidence because he transported dead bodies. He dismembered the person he killed. The mother, hey, the mother found body parts in his closet, in his closet, in his room. And she's the one who called the police to say, this is the next day when they called the police to help him get the car out of the water. Because what he was trying to do, he was trying to discard evidence. So the
Hey,
mom cleaning, I'm guessing she cleans his room, found the bag with body part in it, called the police that this is what I just found in her son's room, and then the police came and they were interrogating him, and he admitted he did not try to lie, he was not shaking remorse, he was not crying, nothing. So the victim, as they were going to the police station, he told the police, oh, this is where it happened. Just like that. The police say, where? Say, under this bridge. This is where it happened. So the police drove to the bridge, said, you see, this is the hand, the leg. So the police came out of the car, identifying the body part of what he did to this homeless person under the bridge. Discipline. For in that there is hope. Do not be a willing part of a death of that child by not disciplining the child. And discipline does not mean you beat up your child physically.
beating is not, it's out of it. Mm-mm. Be-
Discipline that it will even hurt the child, because sometimes the body punch
That
is
hitting a child, hitting a child
the
is
least
not
effective. It's the
hit,
least effective.
hitting a child is not discipline. It
It's
is
not.
body abuse. Is an abuse. It's punishment.
See,
And what it does is the negative part. Beating a child is a quick fix that will lead to a long run damage.
yeah.
Oh,
But
you beat
the
a
Bible
child.
said, don't spare the rod. You see, we don't we have to find
The meaning of rod.
exactly.
The rod is not
The
cane.
rod is not a cane, is not a stick.
That is why Bible said there was another verse of the Bible said the rod of correction.
The
Hold on.
rod of correction, exactly.
Yeah.
The rod of correction is the discipline.
Is the
It doesn't mean that it's a flog, a 12-meter flog to flog.
I was telling someone if rod means flog, why don't you use rod instead of using cane? Bible
Exactly.
called it rod. Why don't we use what is called rod?
Mhm.
No, we don't understand it. The meaning of rod.
Yeah.
You beat the rod is not cane.
So let us find wisdom in keeping our children accountable,
The rod is not
in
cane.
having a reward system,
Yeah. That is why
in
Bible said the discipline.
having a follow-up system, because when we consistently establish
Rod
a
means flog. Why don't you
structure,
use rod instead of using cane?
that's what
Why
is
don't we use
effective
rod?
and effectively produces
Why
good
don't we use
results.
rod instead of using
Because
cane? Bible
today
called it rod. Why don't we use
you
rod?
say one thing, tomorrow you do another thing.
No, we don't understand it.
Or you say one thing and your husband or your wife come and say another thing. You see, discipline is creating a structure of correction that is followed through from step one to the last step. Follow through. and
This
consistently follow
is not
through.
a quick fix. It's a process.
It's a process.
a very long-term process that will
Process.
give you the success in training that
Exactly.
child. But
Exactly.
the truth is, parents these days don't even have the patience to follow through the process. When you use abuse or punishment as a form of discipline, you're making your child to do the quick method. Now, what the child will do is when you're around, the child pretend. Those things you're not, those things you beat him or her for, he will hide it. But when you're out of sight, they will
That's
do
right.
it.
They will do it
Because
again.
what? You will beat me, so let me not do it. But
Exactly.
how about correcting the child? I mean, you can't even correct a child you have not connected with. So before you're able to correct a child, you should be able to connect. That, like I told
Amen
you,
to that.
my friend is the African
Amen to that.
coach. One of her books is Connect to Correct, and another one is Discipline That Works. Look, when you're connected to your child, it's easy to correct. When my friends or I go and people see me and my children, they were like, how are you so close to your children? Like, my children tell me what, I mean, what a normal and everyday African mother will hear, and they will beat the child mercilessly. My children tell me everything. Why? Because I have given them that room for connection, whereby they will bring everything to me, both the good, the bad, the ugly, and we sit down and analyze it. If you cannot connect with your child, you will not be able to correct that child. The only thing you will do is to do the quick fix. And the quick fix is a long term ruin because it will fix it immediately but will destroy it ahead of time. Right?
Yeah.
There was, I think it was last year or last 2 years, there was a girl, 19-year-old in the university, that committed suicide here in Maryland, a Nigerian child. Now, look at it. When I tell them, I was actually discussing this with someone either yesterday or 2 days ago. Now, this child, the parents are very rich. They have showrooms and everything, like I heard. She was driving the 2024 car, so it was last year. She was driving a 2024 car. So that's to tell you the level. She goes to, oh, Paris today, spend tomorrow for vacation. So what could make this child commit suicide? Someone who every other person is envying.
That's
Now,
right.
the people out there are envying her. She's using the best of everything. She goes on vacation at her will. She does like this, and everything is, available for her. So why would she ride her car to the highway, park it and run in an oncoming vehicle? Now, she wrote her suicide note in her house. Her parents didn't even know it. In fact, the note has been written for a long time. That is to tell you that they are not even connected to the child. And the child wrote, I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry, Mom. I had the best of the gifts. I had the best vacation. I had the best car. I had the best this. But I never had you people.
Wow.
You people didn't know when I was bullied, when I was depressed, when I needed shoulder to rest on, when I needed to talk. All those things, no one was there.
Mhm.
The child endured till she could no longer endure.
Endured.
Your presence with us
Mhm.
can never
Replace.
replace your
A car,
presence.
yeah, a car can never replace your presence.
So giving them the luxury gifts,
Mhm.
luxury vacation, and not being available is not. Every earthly thing will be forgotten.
That's
What
right.
can never be forgotten are memories made.
That's right. That's right.
What
That's right.
is your connection?
That's right.
How connected? And when you're connected to them, you will be able to correct them. You will be able to understand them.
Endured. Replace.
So, for you to correct your child, you need to first of all come close in humility.
Replace.
Leave pride as a mother. Leave the I
That's
am
right.
your mother. I am your mother. Don't do I am your mother.
This I
You
am the mother does not work all the time.
mother, you must do. Calm down to their points, to their own understanding. That way, they will communicate to you everything, and you will be able to tell them, this is wrong, this is right, and
Right.
they will understand you.
Hmm. Hmm.
So, before you're able to correct your child, make sure you connect.
That's
It's
right.
very important.
That's right. So that's a verse I got. That's a last I got for this session. Uh there's another in verse 20, but I want to, unless you have, well, in verse 20 he actually backs up what we just talked about. 11 says, even a child is known by his action, by whether his conduct is pure and right. Even a child is known. So, let alone as grown-ups. Okay. So I think that's all I had for this section 10 to 20. All of you listening, thank you so much for connecting. I don't know if anybody has anything to add to a question. Is there a place that you read that you want to, that you received something on you want to share? Um,
Amen, amen. It was so
Amen.
powerful. Sorry, in the beginning, I was trying to get the kids together. But Sister Nonso said something, and I want to ask a question about what she said. She said,
Please go ahead.
when it comes to your children, that she has built a relationship with her children in such a way that they kind of discuss things. You don't jump in and then you start to beat, right? So when my question is, when you have taken time, to discuss one and two and three times, and that child know this is right and this is wrong, and then they make that mistake again, let me say a third time, do you spank or no spanking at all, or you just keep
Spanking.
correcting and correcting
No,
and correcting?
no spanking. Let me tell you, as a child, keep reminding them. Let me tell you one thing. I always talk with something that I've witnessed, right? Right from time I've never been a mother that beats, even right from when I was back in Nigeria. My sister will always say, oh, these children will do something. You will not beat them. You will only talk to them. The other thing you're talking is not working. Keep talking. No. The truth is, I will talk till they are married. Because do you know that they are listening? You think they don't know.
My son tells me that all the time. Mommy, I
You
heard
think
you.
they are
What
not
you telling
hearing
me
you.
I hear?
You think they are not hearing you until you're not there.
Yes.
When you're not there, that is
Yes.
when you will know that
Yes.
everything you have been saying is here.
It's in there.
I
Yeah.
have me, I have. Now, my children, I am not the beating type, I'm not the shouting type. My husband is the shouting type. And I told my husband, I said, look, you will shout and shout and shout. Since you've been shouting, what has happened? He said, nothing. Then he now said, me that have been talking small, small, what has happened? Nothing. Until they made a comment. Children are saying it. They said, Daddy does not listen to us. That before they will explain, they will shout. But mommy always lets us explain. Explain that stupid thing. I have time. You see that
Wow.
stupid thing? Explain it. I have patience.
Train
Hey,
yourself.
hey, I have patience. Is no matter that is why let me tell you an example of what my daughter told me. My daughter came back, that was last year. That was about 12 when she was 12, because she was 13 by August. So that was early last year. She came back, and let me tell you the kind of thing that she came back, she told me that, do you know, some of my friends, this one and that one, they are dating, they were in the class, they were kissing and all that. Now, as an African mother, your reaction is not going to be. I was very interested. I'm like, are you serious? So what happened? was like, Mommy, I said, what I said, continue. Then after telling me, and I said, now look at, I brought the Bible passage. See, 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 this person should not be your friend. This person should not be your friend because this is what the Bible
Yes,
says. And if this person is doing
that's
this,
right.
this person is not supposed to be around you. Because what? When we say be not
Mhm.
unequally yoked, so the
Unequally
way
yoked.
I dissected it, but an African mother will say, oh, it is bad. I told them, let me tell you one thing. Kissing is not bad. You see sex like this, I say it's not bad. She opened her mouth like this. I said, let me tell you, God created them for a purpose. And until that purpose, it is not supposed to be done. An African, a normal, everyday African woman will hear that. She will flare up. She will flare up, you know.
Yeah.
But my children, there was one time somebody came to carry cake in my house. My children came back from school and started talking about the things that happened in school. Oh, I saw this person, they were vaping. Mommy, do you know what is vaping? I said, vaping, vaping, vaping. Is it something like smoking drugs? She said, yes, mommy, you know it. If you see what we're talking, do you know when my children left, the girl was like, are you that comfortable with your children telling you this? I said, if I don't get comfortable with them telling me, they will do it and clean up there. By the
That's
time you
right.
know it, they have become what? Addicted. By the time you know it, it has become a behavior. Because what? The first time they came to you, you shunned it. Welcome every
Mm-hmm.
stupidity. Welcome the bad, the good,
That's
the
right.
ugly. I welcome everything. Let me tell you, I
Everything.
correct my children 1 million times. You will do it again. That is where my husband will say, hey, you have been saying, as I will keep saying. I will keep saying. But now, to an extent, some things I've been saying for like years, towards the end of last year and this year, I've found out that they have developed doing them. So now I have stopped saying those ones because those ones have already gotten into your head. So if they make that mistake 1 million times, please correct. Don't spank. The day you spank, they will not do it anymore where you are. You will not
That's
see it,
true.
but they will do it outside. Now,
That's
when
true.
I taught my children about gay, I told them, look, they are people. Don't discriminate them, but don't get close to them. Don't curse them. Don't make them like, but what? You should not be friends with them. And my little daughter, my 9-year-old, that was when she was 7, she came back one day crying. You know why? Like, why are you crying? She said, Mommy, my best friend is gay. I said, so why are you crying? She said, because I told her she wouldn't be my friend again. Now, if I did not explain very well how to treat a gay, accept the person the way he is, but don't get close. They know what gay is. Look, we don't restrict these children. Let them know. You see everything. Because if you restrict them in the house, they will know it at home, outside. You see
Yeah.
pornography, you will see your child will tell you about pornography, you will fall down, jump up, do that. No. If you don't sit your child down to tell him or her what pornography is, what
Mm-hmm.
it does,
That's
and the
right.
reason why they should not engage in
Exactly.
watching it,
Exactly.
their curiosity would find them inside it and they will watch it. But let them know it exists. This is what it is. But this is what you should do.
At what age do you have this conversation with them? Because like my daughter, she's in sixth grade. They've already taught them how a baby is born, but they didn't teach them like sex, but they just show how hormones and all that thing, all that. So she's 11. I don't know if it's the right time to discuss sex with her or I should wait first.
You
You
have
know, when
asked. In
It
fact,
is the
okay,
right thing.
stop. You have even you are just 2 years away from losing it.
Exactly.
You are 2 years away from you have in fact you have forgot you've missed it almost. I start teaching at 3.
hey,
My
Yeah.
my 7-year-old.
11, you need to start now. Especially if you don't doing it, they're doing it in school. It's in the preschool books.
Oh my God.
Let me tell you, I started from 3 years. My children do sex education from 3 years. I remember when my first daughter turned 10. She saw her period on her 10th birthday in August. Then in December, when they go for their physical, right? Now the doctor asked, he was trying to check. He said, doctor said, can I, open up? I said, so after the doctor said, have you seen your period? I said, yes. So what do you know about your period? My daughter explained period, explained ovulation, explained pregnancy. The doctor turned and looked at me, Mom, whatever you're doing, please keep doing it. She was 10 years. She already knows it. She already, even the one that is in 9 years now, she already knows. Her own period has not come out, but she already knows everything about it. You have to teach them everything. Teach them the
system is teaching them
pregnant.
very early.
That's the only way. The truth is, if you don't teach them, somebody will teach them outside. There is something they call the law of first no. The law of first no. Whoever teaches a child anything first is the confidant. Every other thing the child hears, the child will not believe.
Hey, goodness, that's scaring me.
You have to wake up, What's going on out there?
Mommy, you didn't tell them I have only 4 girls. I have girls. I have 4 girls. And I'm not joking. The law of first no. Now, the law of first no goes this way. When you tell a child something, the meaning of something, every other answer she gets about that particular thing, the child goes to the person that taught her first for confirmation.
To check and balance.
Yes.
Yeah. So you have to get the right of the first notion. Yeah.
The child goes back to the first person that taught her that to ask.
This is what I heard. Is that true?
Now, if you did not teach your child and your child learned it from outside, and now you told her, your child will go and tell that person that told her, see what my mom said, and that person said, don't mind your mom is trying to cover up. That thing you said is gone.
That's right.
That thing you said is gone. So law of first no. I tried as much. Look, it's as bad as my 7-year-old when she was 6 years. Because I thought nobody should touch you. Let me tell you, every part of your body is private, not even your hand. Every part of your body is private because it is from allowance in the hand that it gets here. From here it gets here and it's going. So before anybody touches on your hand, look well. My daughter went to school. Her friend will play and touch her. My daughter said, don't touch me. My mommy said, nobody should touch me. Come and play. Now look at it. When I tell you that, when you keep telling your children, like every day I come back, I'm like, oh, this house is dirty. Everybody's clean. I say, no, it is not to my own level of cleanliness. It's okay, you have cleaned it the way you want, but it is not as clean as I would want it. But they keep making mess. They will still come back. But last week, I went to pick them up from school. And my neighbor said I should also pick her daughter that she's not around and keep her in my house, right, when she comes back. Now, my 7-year-old turned to the 8-year-old and said, hey, Fansho, let me tell you one thing. Hold on. My mom doesn't like mess. So if you come to my house, make sure you don't make a mess. I'm inside the car. Now, you see, I have been talking about not making a mess. And they are hearing it. That's what I'm telling you. You think they are not hearing. Now, I taught my children modest dressing. I don't open any part of my body. My friends know. If I want to go out with my friends, they're like, they are going out with you, so close your body, because she will reach outside and tell you why is your breast outside. That is me. Now, My, children, young girls, my children wanted like, oh, crop, they will wear clothes, they will tie it so that the stomach will show. Cropped up. I said, what are you cropping? I said, it's not done in my house. Because what? Bible said women should adorn themselves in modest apparel. Okay? You see, your body is the temple of the living God. Now, I've said it for a long time. Now, one day, I was going out and I wore my clothes and I did not button it. I made sure my breast was showing and I was walking out in front of them. Ah! They run. Mommy, what are you going to? I said, I want to go to the store. But mommy, your breast is outside. I said, hey, people said it's cropped up now. I said, no, mommy, but you said. That means you can't be hearing what I've been saying. You said a woman should not open her body. So why are you opening your body? I said, oh, you people know it. So
So
why
you
do
were
you
listening.
Yes. No, look at it. So if you don't talk,
Yes.
you think you talk one and you leave it.
Yes.
Leave children, they will make mistakes. They
Yeah.
can make mistake 1 million times. Keep correcting, correct them 1 million times. Don't stop.
Yes. I think
So
this
what
is,
you ask,
yeah.
yeah, what you ask about if they make mistake, correct again, correct in love.
Mm-hmm.
I can correct in love. My children will come with something so grievous, cry, do this one. The way I will answer it, say, mommy, the way you even make something serious not to be serious. Bring the weight of that thing you think is bothering you. The way I will answer you. You will be looking at yourself like, does this woman even know what I'm talking about? That is how, calm. This is what we call emotional intelligence.
Yes,
Parenting is
emotional
about
intelligence.
you, not the child. Parenting is about you, the parent, and
Mm-hmm.
not the child.
You're not the child.
The,
Yeah.
the child takes what she or he sees in you and not even what you're saying. Remember when I was talking about giving? Now my children give so carelessly. Because what? Sometime, about 3 years ago, my children asked me, Mommy, why is it that every time you're going out, you buy gifts for your friend? Christmas, you buy gifts for your friend and label them. Valentine's Day, you buy gifts for your friend. You buy gifts for your parents. I said, because I live a life of giving. I don't know how not to give. Now my children will stay in the house. They want to go to school. Mommy, can I give my friend this? I say, hey, can I give this person they don't have? Can I give? Yes,
But it's
because
good,
what
it's a good quality to develop
yes,
in them, to not be selfish and to share.
is as bad as sometimes now I want to go for a child's birthday. I will not even remember that, oh, we're going for birthday. I'm like, okay, everybody get ready, let's go. Someone invited us for birthday. First thing they ask us, Mommy, have you bought the gifts?
That's right.
So they have been seeing it. So first of all, model it. You
Yeah.
see, if you want to be an intentional parent, hey, you see your patients, go and build duplex and put your patients inside there. Relax.
And lock the door with chain.
Throw away the key.
Throw away the key.
Relax. Let them make those mistakes.
But teach
Correct.
them early. Teach them early.
Teach them
Teach them
early.
early.
And
Especially now. I cannot express it enough.
that your child that is 11 years old,
Especially now. Because
please
we have,
start.
yes, we have an
Start
enemy that is
to read.
systemic children
You see,
indoctrination.
if I tell you
Yeah.
what is happening in their class. In fact, my daughter came back from school one and told me what made me cry. She said, Mommy, do you know some people were having sex in a class? Boy and girl, 13-year-old.
You
How
see.
did we get there? Because their parents didn't teach them.
You
Let
see.
me tell you the truth. I will still blame a parent first when a child fails
Hmm.
before the child. Bible did not miss words when he said, train up a child in the way he should go. And when he is old, he will not depart from it. I still, till today, I keep giving my parents credit. It was one of my YouTube, I think people can go to my YouTube. It was one of my YouTube videos. I said, I still was raised by godly parents.
Let me have your so I can put it in the chat. The
I
name
said,
of,
okay, let me just write,
can you write it in the chat?
yes, I'm writing it in
Yeah,
the chat.
go ahead and write in the chat. We
Yeah,
are
so
going
this
to
is my
close.
name. Just search my name, you will see it.
No,
So this is the name.
I thought it is that the word with nonsense, something like that.
Yes, right. Let me send it
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
Let me
Write the
send.
name of the channel.
Yeah, that's what I want to do now.
Yeah.
I will just
Well,
send one of the videos.
we thank you, Nonso, for tonight. You have enriched us a lot. We thank you so, so, so much for sharing those nuggets with us. It's always a blessing to have you. And please keep coming. Keep coming. You are a delight. Thank
I
you so,
know.
so much for
I
being
came a
here.
bit late because I had a prayer call with my own
Oh,
tribe. Yeah, I
okay.
had a prayer call with my tribe around 3, so I finished and I started cooking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, around
Okay.
4.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, so
Okay, so she put the YouTube channel on the chat. You guys can click on it. Let me see. I will click on
yeah,
it right.
subscribe is always like a daily thing. I keep bringing it up.
Yeah.
So the thing is, please, the person that has 11-year-old, I beg you in the name of God,
Yeah.
start and please be patient. Let me tell
Yeah.
you how you will start because what you will hear will make you go off the roof. But please be patient.
Oh, what's going on in school these days is
What
scary.
you will hear.
It's scary.
Okay, now there was one time my second daughter, she's 11, she came back, that was last year, she was 10 then. She was saying, oh, crush, and this person has crush on me. My husband wanted to shout. I say, hey, I told my husband, I told her to have a crush is good. It means you have feelings. But what you do with the crush
With the
is what
crush.
matters.
Yeah.
It's not a bad to have it's not a bad thing to have feelings. I say I grew up, I had crushes.
You have it no you are normal when you have feelings.
Yes, I said it's
It's what
okay.
you do with them.
I said
Mhm.
it's normal to have a crush,
That's
right?
right.
When my husband wanted to say, "We are bad. Why would you cry?" I said, "No. If you do this one, they will not tell you now. They will not be doing the crush at home and not tell you anything." I said, "Bring me home." I said, having a crush is good, but how do you feel? I had to ask. I said, "How do you feel?" My 13 said, "Whenever he's around me, I just feel happy. I want to play with him." I said, "Yes, that is the feeling a teenager should have."
Yeah.
But you should not pass that. Remember, at your age, you have no business with dating.
That's right.
What do you gain dating as a teen, as a young adult? What is your intention for dating? If not just to have sex? And remember, when we have so many girls with children, it's
Having
because
children.
them, nobody taught them what to do when you have a crush and
That's
what
right.
not to do. From there, the crush will touch them. Whatever they see the crush, their body will do it. The crush will touch them. But this is where adolescence starts. Watching your child go through puberty, you need
That's
to
right.
learn, you need to walk your child through the
Mhm.
puberty age. Let the child know what puberty is all about. The feelings that come with puberty,
And
how
one
to
thing,
manage them.
yeah, one thing, since we are on this subject, one thing that I advise to fathers who have daughters, when you have a daughter in the puberty age, it's the time to give her more attention, to give her date night, to give
That
her,
is the first time.
outings together, taking time
That
for
is
a walk
that
with
is
your
that
daughter,
is what I
and
exactly.
yeah, taking time for a walk and having this candid conversation with your daughter, and start telling your daughter how you met mom and why you found mom to be the best woman for
Exactly.
you to
And
choose
also,
her.
yeah, and also,
And all of this, I don't know, there's no fathers here. It's unfortunate, but that's what a father should do when the girl is reaching puberty. The mom is teaching the girl how to upkeep herself, transitioning from the upkeep of the girl into a woman, because she's now having a menstrual period and all of that. What to do, how to stay clean, how to stay all of this, and having those conversation of the changing of the body. But the emotional part of this season belong to the father. And sometimes the father detach themselves because they are scared that the daughter is now interested in boys. But no, It is the time for the father to step in. That's a time for him to be the dad. That's when dad needs to put his dad cap on.
and
Take
also
her
and
on a
also
walk.
tell them how the younger boys behave
Yeah,
and what they look out for.
exactly. That's what I say. Taking that walk, okay? Taking that walk, having this candid conversation, telling your daughter what boys her age act like, do, and what happened in your life, why you chose her mom, and what are the virtues of her mom. If her mom was a good woman, why you picked her among her friend, among her. All of this will build this girl's self-esteem, because what you want to rescue is a self-esteem at that moment. Because
Mhm.
otherwise, any kind of nonsense boy will come and tell her she's beautiful, she will fall for it because her
Exactly.
self-esteem is not strong enough to stand. But his father is telling her every day she's beautiful, she's loved, she's intelligent, she's this. And because she's her mother's daughter, this is the quality she has. This is what she is. She needs to be focusing on building herself up as a career person, as this, that, and the other. And then when a man sees this value that you saw in the mom, a man will find her worthy, or will find her attractive, or will find her, you see, lovable. And all of this is a conversation to be had by daddy. So I'm calling the dad of young girls, preteen to teen. Please date your daughter twice as much. Take her to the movies. Take her on a walk. Take her to go fishing. Take her to go shopping for her new pair of socks or stockings. Take her to go do girly things together. Take her to go buy her pad together. Buy her
Exactly.
nail polish. This is what she needs at this moment. So when a young boy comes, daddy's presence is there. She's not impressed by the young boy. She's not intimidated by the young boy. And she stands and she focuses on what she's supposed to be. So we're going to close here. Thank you so much for being here. Everybody, anyone has another question? I think the Lord came and helped us tonight.
I'm just so super grateful to be part of this session today. It's just amazing. Thank you so much.
I'm glad.
You're
I'm glad.
welcome. So,
Who is
well,
here?
as much as I have my
Sarah. Oh, my darling sister is here. Oh my God, what a beautiful surprise. I don't know if you can talk.
I am.
Oh my goodness, I'm so happy you connected.
It was a real
Oh, this is
pleasure
my
for me to
lovely
be here.
sister.
Since I'm already
Oh,
happy.
I am like I am a little girl now. I'm so happy you connected. Thank you so much for connecting.
You are
Oh, that was
welcome. It was
beautiful. Thank
really
you for
a
blessing,
pleasure.
gracing us. I hope you find it valuable. I hope you
I
found
I did. I did. I can tell you, I can assure you that I did.
I'm glad. Please don't be a
Mhm.
stranger. Come.
Well, next time just let me know and I will connect myself to the
Okay. Thank you so much. So I'm
You are
going to send
welcome.
you, we
Hmm.
will be reading from 20 to 30 next time. So if you can
Okay.
add that to your prayer time, so you can come and
Hmm.
bless us with what you receive as well. That would be nice.
Okay. Okay. That's right.
Yes. So we do Proverbs
guys,
20 to 31
I
Uh-huh.
have to
next
be
time.
running. I have to be
20 to
running. I have
31.
to be running.
So
So please go to my YouTube page. There are lots of words
yes,
Mm-hmm.
lift you up, that will help you, that will impact you. I
yes,
mean, I am out for Jesus, more like
yes,
the salvation part, but there's a lot, and I have a lot for the youth and for the
yes,
teenagers. God
yes.
willing, I know that's where my direction is. I remember my daughter telling me, "Mommy, can you just come to our school and talk to us?" I said, "We are getting there." Because the way
Well,
I
that's a good thing. She put it out there. It will happen. It will
yes,
happen.
I said, where do you do so? She said,
So
because the way I talk to them and the value they get, they just feel that
yes,
other people, need to
other
get
people
it.
will be blessed by
So by
that.
God's
Yes,
willing, we'll have time to, mentor kids.
yes,
Because I
yes.
mean, they need it. They need it,
Thank you so
especially
so
when
much.
it's girls,
Thank you.
so
Thank
that
you
they will
for being
understand.
here.
Hmm.
Thank you for being here. So Carrie Joe, do we have anybody else or that who else do we have? Terry Joe, Terry Joe, she was here. I think she might have um, disconnected. Okay, ladies, thank you so much for connecting tonight. It was a
Okay.
wonderful
Welcome.
time always with you. I am blessed to have you in my life. Thank you, everybody. Daughters of
And you're
Zion,
welcome.
may the Lord bless you. May He make His face to shine
Amen.
upon all of us and give all of us peace. May His presence be mighty
Amen.
in your household.
Yeah.
Amen.
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 Have a good
Amen.
night,
God bless you
everybody.
too.
Non-stop,
Good
thank you
night.
so much.
Thank you.
And
Thank you,
next
Mom.
time we
Thank
come, thank
you.
you.
Mhm.
Please connect to her YouTube channel as well, okay? It's on the
Okay.
chat. Thank you, Vera.
Okay.
Thank you, Lovette. Bye-bye.
Mhm. Bye bye bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, ladies, thank you so much for connecting tonight. It was a wonderful time. Bless you. May He make His face. I am
Amen.
blessed to have you in my life. Thank all of us peace. Daughters of May His presence be
Amen.
mighty in your household. Bless you. May He make His face to shine
Amen.
all of
Amen.
us and give have a good night,
God bless
everybody.
you
May
too.
His presence
Good
be
night.
mighty in your
Thank
household.
you. Thank you,
Next
Mom.
time we
Thank
come,
you.
amen.
Mhm.
Please connect
Amen.
to her
God bless
YouTube
you too.
channel as well.
Good
Thank you
night.
so much. It's on the
Okay.
Thank you,
chat.
Mom.
Next time we
Thank
come.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vera.
Okay.
Mhm. Thank you, connect to her YouTube channel as well, okay?
Mhm. Bye bye
It's on the
bye.
chat. Bye. Okay, ladies. Thank you, Vera.
Okay.
Thank you, Lovette. Bye-bye.
Mhm. Bye bye bye.